look a SPY dump right now. All right, let's try this one more time. $402. Okay. Well, you know you want to cross down. Just cross down. There you go. All right, let's see. 404.80. AMC's at 591. All right, and already touched. In all of that, it already touched just about $6, 5.98, which was my target was about 5.97. So we just 1 penny shy. It was already obviously a short because it already busted through the Bollinger Bands. Usually, shows a short opportunity. Got an order block sitting here at about 5.90, about 5.90 total. But the 13 EMA is sitting right there at about 5.89. So I expect this thing to come down. Let's see what else we got. Let's check this YouTube thing, because this is, I give a lot of people respect who do this because there's a learning curve to it. I'm only, 2 weeks in or something like that. So let's see, where am I? Broadcast, 1 hour, 12 minutes. 18 views, first 3 days, try and chill. And YouTube. Okay. $469. AMC now bouncing off of this order block. Also the 21 EMA. This is the 5-minute chart. Already touched my target. Good spot to trim a couple contracts if you have a good number of them. I do expect it to break through, but 469. Yeah, it's pushing down now. All right. So we got the shaft trend cycle already starting to flip red. I have my max momentum indicator now crossed back over to the downside. Yeah, this thing is coming down. Max momentum flipped, waiting for the shaft trend cycle to go ahead and touch the signal line. MACD, I'm waiting for the crossover of the stochastic. Yeah, it's coming down. I'm in 402 puts, by the way. 425 puts for tomorrow's date. Right now, currently up about 10%. AMC $6 calls are fluctuating, obviously, because of that touch. Let's see here. Yeah, SPY's coming down. SPY's coming down. I wouldn't be surprised. I should have did 0 DTEs, but I'm trying to do a couple of things. I need a few extra minutes to watch a couple other different things here. We're trying to do this stream situation. I'm gonna watch out for the double bottom to see if it actually double bottoms up for 403.86, but we don't know it yet. So let's see. Where is the stream? $437. Am I streaming? It's coming down quick. All right. Yeah, it's a huge H pattern, which is bearish. I'm expecting it to go hit 404.08. If it fails 404.08, look out. We got looking at 403.86, and then I'm looking after that for 403.51. So right now I'm in 402.5 puts right now for tomorrow's date. Up right now 11%. Kind of just hanging around here. Let's see here. See if there's any other plays I can take in the meantime. Something cheap. Just in case, because multitasking is real out here. The 1 minute chart looks like it's going to try and retouch that 404.58 level. I'm looking for it to fail, which is going to be a rejection off the 9 EMA and continue to ride this thing down. I'm not going to add to my position, but I'm going to keep an eye on it in order to trim. AMC looks like it's ready to make a second attempt here, back at 600, at $6. But it did fail the 21 EMA on the 5 minute chart. Like I mentioned before, that was a big area to short, being that it did go ahead and break through the Bollinger Bands for quite a period of time. Automatic signal to push back out. I could see it potentially even touching back here at 583 before reversing, but it is still right in the middle of this order block for buying pressure. Also, we already have the 5 minute turn down here on a couple different indicators. RSI is down, stochastic is down, shaft trend cycles already flipping downwards, KST is about to flip downwards, and also max momentum indicator is also starting to flip downwards. So it looks like it is rounding out for another attempt back up on the max momentum. If it does go ahead and kick back up, I could see it going ahead rebuilding some pressure here in the, let's see, right into this green order block, and hopefully get a potential push back upwards towards breaking 595. Like I mentioned before, this is a very huge area to break. That 595 area is the smooth moving average on the 4-hour chart. And breaking that is a huge signal. Actually, it's not the 4-hour. I believe it's a different time frame. Let's see here. 595, 597. Let's see, 6-hour. There we go, 6-hour chart. Smooth moving average, 6-hour chart. Breaking this will start to send us up to about that 613 range, which is what I'm looking for right now. Huge area to break through if we can go ahead and get it to hold. That's the music. I can't have anything. Let's see if it can go in. Let's see if the SPY can go in and break that 404.58 area. I don't think it will. I believe it's going to be rejected, and I'm going to start trimming a couple of puts after it's rejected. Looking for it to hit 404.08, fail there, and then continue to make its way back downward towards that 403.51 area, which is the optimal price. So let's see how it does here at 404.58. AMC still kind of treading around that same area. I expect it to kind of regain its strength off of that positive order block. It's going to take a little while for those call orders and purchase orders to fill before it starts to push back upwards. And the SPY failed that 404.58 area, which I was expecting to happen. It would be a good opportunity to jump in a couple extra puts. Again, I'm in 402 puts, looking for 404.08 to fail before it continues to dump down towards that 403 mark, 403.50. I expect these puts here to probably be somewhere around the 50% profit area, roughly around that mark. So I'm going to keep a lookout on this thing for a little while AMC's continue to do its thing into the upside. If you see any lagging on this thing, if the camera's lagging or any video's lagging, let me know. Getting used to this whole process, you know. Hopefully I'm going to do this a little bit more often, get a little better at it as time goes on. And there it is. So SPYs continue to dump here. 404.23 coming down. A little bit of a bull trap. And here it is. So here it is, approaching that 404.08 mark. Expecting that to come down. My indicators already showing RSI is very weak. KST also about to cross to the downside. Max momentum cross to the downside. And here we go. 404.08 coming in. Up right now. The puts are fluctuating like crazy right now. I'm up 15% on these puts. 402.5. Here we go. Let's see how it reacts at 404.8. Let's check the 5-minute time frame to see where we're at. Still waiting for KST to cross over. For your put's sake, hopefully this doesn't double bottom, but let's keep a lookout for it. But right now, we're just taking the opportunity to make some money on this position. Let's see what Twitter's looking like right now. 587. There it is. All right, got the cross down, waiting for the KST to actually transfer or cross over. Dangerously close. KST. Waiting for that to actually flip. Once that flips, this thing is out of here. This is on the 5-minute chart. Volume. Let's see, 404.40. Still kind of playing games in this particular area. But I'm waiting for this thing to move downwards in just a little bit. All right. Let's see what other plays out here. All right. There it is. AMC now testing back up. Again, some volume coming in. Right now in the day, roughly 12 million in volume. I really started expecting this thing to move probably closer toward the end of day. You know, they're really trying to hold this thing back, and I know that they always align it with crashes in the market when AMC is supposed to have its run. I mean, I can't talk about what the reason for it is. I mean, obviously we can sit and speculate all the time, but basically, I'm only following what the chart says, and the chart says that it wants to go, but all the other chart, which is SPY, is telling us that it wants to dump. So, I've been calling this now for months that it's going to play inverse. They're going to play inverse to each other, and that's exactly what we're getting here with the negative beta starting to show up. So GME also same situation, starting to go on the upward trajectory. Right now it's at 919, while the SPY is continuing to sell off. I want 404.08 to break on the SPY. Once that breaks, we should be off to the races, and hopefully, well, I don't want to say hopefully. You never want to say that in situations like this where we may be facing a crash, but it will be to the downside if we can break the 403.86 level. We start playing the downside even further after 404.08 fails. It looks like a lot of orders getting filled over here on AMC. It's looking real good. Let's see here. 4417 on the SPY. 1 minute chart, AMC, just to get an idea. Look at that volume that came in, that sent it over. But tons and tons of buying pressure, obviously, right here in this area. This is the 1 minute chart. You can see that there are several orders that are waiting to fill these if there's any sort of a tumble in the price, ton of buying pressure is available here just to kind of keep it up and prop it upwards. Not seeing a lot of sell pressure, but just where it is in the chart, I think there's a lot of hesitancy. Let's see here. All right, here we go. SPY testing the 404.08, and it broke. Here we go. 403.09. We're looking for new lows coming on the SPY. I think we're going to be on the way here. This thing is dropping fast. Here we go. We got the cross on the KST, I believe, and there it is. Very small, but there's the cross on the KST. And waiting for the downward move here to come to complete. Looking for most likely possibly new lows on the SPY today. SPY right now, current low is at 403.86. And right now we are sitting at just about 10 cents shy of that and pushing down. Here we go, 401.81, new low of the day. Right now, puts right now up 25% on the day. Looking good. Right now, currently up 27% on my portfolio, believe it or not. Let's see. Let's go. Small portfolio anyway. And there's the break. Here's the break. I'm expecting my next level here coming through somewhere around 403.31. 403.31 next level of support. Roughly puts now up 30% on the SPY. And AMC just hanging around here. Not really caring about what's going on with the SPY. Just hanging out, enjoying itself. It's a little bit more downside, I believe, still on the SPY. We just got the cross at the KST, still sitting here roughly just on the top top end of the bottom signal line on the shaft trend cycle. We may have a little bit more downside left to go, but it is kind of showing some kind of resilience here. But there's going to be a test of the last support, which is at the XA, which is at 404.08. I'm still expecting this to bounce off. If it does get a breakthrough, I'd maybe be looking to exit my puts. However, I don't feel as if the volume is going to support a turnaround here. So I'm expecting it to reject possibly somewhere around that 408 mark, possibly even a little bit higher, even somewhere closer to the 404.16 before coming back downwards. Let's see. And there's a rejection right there. So it's going to continue downward. As I mentioned before, I'm expecting at least 403.50, which is the hop or the optimal price. AMC just chilling. Looking for some other plays. If anyone has any other plays, let's go ahead and take a look at those. I think I got a little bit of a rhythm going here. Okay, 403.92. Yeah, MACD is looking weak. Yeah, I expect this to continue to fall. I don't think this is going to turn around just yet. Maybe after lunch, we might see a little something. Right now we're in the lunch hour, obviously lower volume portion of the day. So things probably will continue downward just off low volume and people having not as much interest at this point in time during in the trading day. So we can see some continuation to the downside. It's more so slow trickling. My puts are for tomorrow's date, just because I want to make sure I have enough time to be able to bounce back and forth between a couple different things. So let's see. This support is trying to hold and trying to create a double bottom here. Just gonna chill on that for now. It's trying to hold 404. Maybe possible to hold it. Max momentum looks like it wants to flip. But it's very, very tight right now in this area. We'll see how the next few minutes go. This is on the 5-minute chart. Let's take a look at the 1. Yeah, if the 1 can't break back over 404.08, it's going to most likely continue downward, break this level of the current double bottom location, and then we're going to continue back down. That's what I'm expecting to see in the next few minutes. We'll see if it can break that 404.08. It may go ahead and try to, again, test 404.16, maybe even as high as 404.20. But the volume is just not there to follow through. I don't think the volume is there to follow through. You can see as prices continue to go upward, the volume is way below the signal line, way below the moving average. So this is most likely coming back downwards sooner than we think. So if your inputs, congratulations, because you're about to make some money. Let's just keep it that way. All right, let's go. Let's see what the Twitter space is talking about. Here's the test of 420 coming up. Let's see if it's got enough pressure to push through. Let's see how it holds up against. It already seems like as if it failed the 21 moving average on the 1 minute chart. Right now, just paying close attention to this because this is where my position lies. It is starting to build a little momentum. So if you are in these, start to be sure that you're watching your risk. It looks like it wants to play the double bottom setup. Let's see. Let's see how it reacts. A 21 KST's cross, max momentum cross on the 1 minute chart. I have a, yeah, they push up a little bit here. 404.58 is the next level of resistance that I can see. I'm expecting it to go ahead and test, just like it did before, test the 50 moving average now, and hopefully push back down. Well, we'll see what happens here because I don't think it'll break that 404.58. That's exactly where the 50 moving average sits. But if it does, I may be looking to potentially start to cut these. You see we have a little bit of an influx of volume that came in. Maybe a little bit of a change in behavior. But if it is rejected by the 50, I expect it to play as a, let's see, the 5 minute shows a rejection off the 9 EMA. So we'll see. Price is still moving up. Volume is still coming down. Or not as far down as it looks like it is. RSI is starting to show a little bit of strength here on the 5 minute chart. AMC is starting to turn around, head back above that 590 mark, which is pretty good looking. And there it is. There's some volume starting to come in here on the 1 minute chart here on the SPY. It's moving now. All of a sudden, volume starting to pour in. Not sure exactly what's happening. This is some news, but there is a little bit of volume starting to show up here on the 1 minute chart, starting to play up. I expect to go ahead now. The next level of resistance I'm expecting is somewhere around 404.85, which is target one. It looks like it may have completed. Let's see its bearish bat pattern for the time being. Let's see what the larger move is. Now crossing the 21 moving average here on the 5 minute chart. It looks like it's getting a little steam. Okay. If you're in those puts, start managing some of your risk here because it looks like there's a turnaround happening here on the SPY. That double bottom looks like it did play out. There was a slight lower low. May have acted as a spring. Let's take a look and see if we can chart this a little bit to see what's happening. That 21 EMA right now is stopping some of that flow. AMC is now back over signal line, waiting for its next set of crosses to take place. Histogram is showing weakness on the sell side. Max momentum is looking to flip once again. We're just waiting for the KST and the cross of the RSI to actually hit in order for this thing to get some more momentum, while the SPY tends to fall off. Let's see if it finds some support at the 404.58 level. All right, Johnny B. Bad, thanks so much for the feedback on that. Just wanted to make sure it was moving a little bit more cleanly because it has been, I think I had too much going on here trying to work out this whole multitasking thing. But I think we got a little closer to perfection here. So appreciate it, buddy. All right, taking a look here. SPY's starting to look a little bit more decent here. They play out that double bottom. Looks like it is reversing and starting to move back toward the 200 EMA. If it does go ahead and start to move that direction, we may actually see back to 405. At that point, if it does fail there, I'm expecting it to still push down. I don't think this move downward is over yet. We did have that double bottom setup, which looked really good, played out well. If you did catch that bottom end, you were able to make a quick scalp on some calls. That actually would have wound up being a nice little play, but we are going to still run into some resistance here. I'm going to go ahead and mark off this area here, 404.85. I think there's going to be a little bit of, let's see, resistance at this particular point. If it holds it, it can go. But if it doesn't, it's coming back down. Time is it here? We got 12:21 Eastern time right now. Let's see. Right now, it's going to be struggling there for a little bit. I don't expect it to just blast through this level, especially not at lunchtime where there's a lot of very low volumes coming in. Actually starting to form a rising wedge, in my opinion. But we have the 1348 cross just took place. You can see it's starting to move now towards 405.09, which is going to be VPVR. There's going to be some support, some resistance here as well. You can see it's starting to play out. There's another level of resistance to expect, 405.03. Shooting star candles developing right here, so I expect some push down. I don't think this move down is over yet. I'm gonna consider this to be a pump for the next drop. Let's see how the 5 minutes looking. 5 minutes also coming up right against VPVR. It's holding 21. Let's see here. 405.44. 405.68. And double bottom looks like it is playing out. Again, this is why I like to trim contracts on moves because of the fact that anything can happen in reverse on you. I was able to go ahead and take profit on the downside. You'll see me typically take my profits on different levels, typically between 10%, 20%, 30, 50, 75, and I'll leave runners after 100%. Typically, I'll be out roughly all of about 50% of my contracts for the majority and leaving runners, securing my initial investment, and then from there, pretty much a free ride, and it can go as high as it wants. If the setup is there, and I usually have the setup locked in, I'll ride it out until it's not. Those are when I get the biggest winners in cases like that. But I took my profits here down at the double bottom area. I expected most likely everyone was looking at the double bottom as an opportunity to get in, and it played out just like that. It was a double bottom right at the 403 mark, and obviously we're heading right back up. If we get crosses to the upside on the 5 minute time frame, which it looks like the shaft turn cycle is now starting to flip green, this thing can start to really move back up toward the 407 mark. So just be very careful if you're still in your puts. Hopefully you took profits down here. I actually wound up closing a few of them roughly around the 35% profit mark, roughly around the 403.90 area. I mean, it's a perfect double bottom. I mean, no one could have missed this one if you were paying attention. Cross is also getting dangerously close to happening as well. Crossed over. This is the 5-minute chart, roughly over the 921. It's looking like it could potentially play itself out in a little bit if it can keep up this momentum. I do still feel as if this is going to play downward because of the fact that we have the volume is just not there, but we have this push up, which doesn't make much sense. I'm going to look at a smaller time frame to see if we can get a better indication of what's happening. Yeah, it's looking like it may push towards 406. Let's check AMC in the meantime. AMC is also looking good. Looks like it's ready to get its cross up on the stochastic, sitting right now 592. It needs to cross back above this smooth moving average on the 1 hour time frame, and then over the 597 mark. So 595, 597 are the areas to break in order for us to start to see some upside to about the 612, 613, 603 area. At least breaking $6. Now, there's a huge gamma wall that's actually holding this thing back. You can see in this area, we also have the order block, which is showing nothing but selling pressure on the 1 hour time frame, just trying to keep it in place. They don't want this thing to get over $6, put it that way. Over $6, you open up gamma pressure. You open the possibility of the gamma squeezing, which they don't want to see happen. Once I mentioned again, this yellow line is the top of the descending broadening wedge, which we always get stopped or halted, I should say, every time we touch or break above this level. That level right now is sitting roughly in the mid sixes. And if you see here, they have orders ready to sell this thing off as soon as it crosses this area. And the selling pressure is going to be huge. I don't think it's going to be a small amount of selling pressure, but it will be volatile. And I can expect a possible halt if it does break through here. I don't know what they have up their sleeves tomorrow, but it could be something. Maybe they're ready to mark this thing up. Maybe they'll let it go, but we'll see when we get there. At this point, we got to play the chart for what it's worth. So if you do have any calls on this thing, as I mentioned earlier before, I have $6 calls, which are just about in the money right now. They fluctuated. At one point, they were up almost 90%. I did take a few off the table. Right now, they're sitting at about 65% profit. I could take a few, but the opportunity is still there for this thing to go up. I expect this thing to really start moving up more toward the end of the day. I'd say somewhere closer to closing. So I'll play it all the way to closing. We'll see how it goes. I'll start removing some of those, but I do also have a few further ones, a few that are further out towards June 16th, which are $10 calls. So we'll see how those actually play out. I'm expecting the IV to pick up on those really quickly. Once the IV picks up, I'll be dropping some of those off too. So we're just going to keep a lookout on all different things. Kind of really quiet right now. I don't really see anything happening with the rest of the market because a lot of people are not really sure what the direction is just yet. So other plays, if you do have any other plays that you want me to take a look at, I'll go and run them through and see what opportunities are out there. But as of right now, it's looking a little soft overall in the market. Besides, let's see what's happening with Apple. Apple's at 166.15. I was thinking about entering a few calls on Apple because we do have earnings today, and right now it is sitting at an area of support where I can expect a possible move up to about 167 within the next, hopefully by the end of the day. But it has all those crosses already lined up. 200 EMA is sitting up here. You can see it was rejected earlier, just about the 167 mark. But it is finding support here off of the VPVR. Let's see. Got the 800 moving average on the 15-minute chart is again about 166.50. Next level 167.39 is probably going to wind up being the level to look at after that. There you go. It would have been a perfect opportunity to enter that bounce right off that 165.57 mark. And now we're just playing the 21 EMA, target 1, sitting at 167.38, and so on. But it depends on how the market continues to move. Right now, we are still in an unsure area right now overall in the market. So we'll see how this thing continues to play out. And SPY is continuing to move. 405.50. Gonna go ahead. Looks like it's gonna go ahead and try to test that 9 EMA on the 5-minute chart. And I think it's a good time to get into some 407 calls, 0 DTE. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that right now to enter some 407 calls. I'm probably gonna cut the rest of my SPY puts. Let's see. SPY. Today. Call. All right, so I'm in. I got a 43-cent fill. I may average down depending on how things go, but right now I'm at 43-cent fill on my 402. Sorry, on a 407 call for SPY right now. So we'll see how things play out. These are 407 0 DTEs, so these move very quickly. If you are in them, pay close attention to the chart because these things can move very quickly to the up or downside because they are volatile, and right now we're in a very volatile spot. So do be aware of where we stand. So basically, I kind of have a strangle right now. I didn't cut my 402s just yet, simply because I have not 100% sure I believe this move yet. Volume this is the lower volume usually around lunchtime hours, so I expect this thing to still come down. I don't think it's ready to move up yet, but if it does find support, it is a possibility. We'll see how things wind up. And it's breaking down pretty fast. Let's see. All right, it's lost to 21 EMA. It's lost to 9 EMA. There's big sell candles coming in here. Knock this thing right back down. Let's see if it holds to 21. All right, 4494 right now, holding the 21 EMA. This may be an opportunity to get out of, there's a little bit more downside, I believe, in this case. So I'm not going to completely exit my 402s. But I have till tomorrow. We'll see how the move reacts. Yeah. Rejection took place right in this. It's basically the same move as what took place earlier today. You see the rejection right here at the 50 moving average. Shot all the way back down into that double bottom setup. Came up, touched the 50 moving average, rejected once again. If it holds here, there's a possibility it'll move up. Right now I'm still in my 4025 puts for tomorrow's date. If it holds a 21, then the upward move that I have for the 0 DTEs for today of 407 is still possible to play out, which I think at this point it may be. But if it fails this 9 moving average on a 5-minute chart, this thing's coming down. I'm taking a look here at the histogram. The histogram I got pulled up. You're starting to see there's some weakening here, and actually did flip back up. So it looks like it's finding support in this area. Let's see how it holds 405. If it does continue to hold 405, 407 looks like it's going to be the move. So we'll see how this thing goes. Max momentum. It's about to flip signal line, and it's starting to make us move back up. So if it does flip up and breaks this area here, which is the VPVR, 9 and the 21 will cross, which should give us a push to break over the 48 moving average and go ahead and retest that 50 moving average and potentially actually even break it. We'll see how it plays out here. Move up to a closer time frame to see what's happening on the 1 minute. See if it's actually going to play out. But it is right now finding resistance here against the VPVR, as well as the 200 moving average and the 200 exponential moving average. So that's where it's finding the most resistance. And you get a little bit of a shooting star happening here on the 1 minute chart. So it is having a little bit of resistance, a little bit of a tough time breaking over. I expect this thing to push down a little bit further. Let's see where we're looking like on the rest of the indicators. Yeah, this is not a very, very strong move up any longer anyways, but it still is pushing up on lower volume. Volume is still coming downwards. Price is still moving upwards on the 1 minute chart. The setup on the 5 minute chart is there. It is holding the 9 EMA on the 5 minute and also held my level of support. But right now it's trapped between support as well as in between the volume shelf here. But if it does break that volume shelf at about 405.21, it'll play upwards. If not, it'll play downwards. But it is hunting right now for a 921 cross here. We'll see what happens in the next little bit. But if it doesn't do it soon, I expect this thing to fall. There it is, 921, 505.21. Still struggling there. It's still trying to hold that 21 moving average. What are you doing, brother? Am I cutting these calls? Am I cutting these puts? What are we doing? Meanwhile, AMC just kind of just pushing along right now. 593, moving up a little bit here. Starting to get some momentum right off that order block. Filled a bunch of those purchase orders. Going to go ahead and make a second attempt back towards 595, and then from there 597. All right, and it looks like the SPY has broken out, and it looks like it's going to go ahead and make its attempt here towards 407. So if you're able to get into those 407 calls, I think you should be on the upside right now. I did go ahead and average down on those real quick. My average right now is at 40 cents. And I think you may get a little bit of upside. It's struggling, but it's trying to hold. Right now, what time we got? We got 12:39, 5:22. It's above the volume shelf. There's the 921 crossing the 5-minute. That yellow dot I have here, that yellow cross, just shows that we do have the momentum starting to pick up. Looks like it's going to go ahead and try to test that 50 moving average, give it a little bit more juice. Next target I have is up here at 406.38. Those 0 DTs should start printing for you soon if you did opt into the play. But looks like some money's about to be made, so stay with it. All right, 405.33, 921 cross took place. Waiting for it to break the 48 as well as the 50 moving average at 405.54. AMC just chugging along. Not really much to see on AMC. They're really trying to hold this thing back. So I guess you gotta stay patient on this because they are really trying to fight it. They don't want this thing moving above $6 simply because of that gamma wall that's sitting there. And that gamma wall is it could be the end of the entire short setup. Whatever money they think they're making off the shorts, they don't want it to break $6 simply because it'll gamma squeeze on them. There are a ton of calls above $6, $6.50, $6, $7 that will literally gamma ramp this thing all the way up to I don't know what. So they rather keep it here and try to hold it and pin it for as long as potentially possible. So something to be patient. But in the meantime, we look at other plays to try to make some money in the meantime while this thing is taking its sweet time. What are you going to do? It looks like it failed here. I'm starting to fail it's failing the volume shelf, it looks like. Let's see here. It looks like I'm starting to get a little bit of signs of reversal to the downside. We'll see, but no, not necessarily. I got max momentum flickering, showing that's getting me some signals of continued pressure. I don't know, a lot of mixed signals on the SPY today. A lot of mixed signals. But also I have this trend down. You can see it trending down, looking to cross back above the signal line, below the signal line, which would push this back downward, giving us negative momentum and dragging down the price. So it's kind of a toss-up right now. We're right in the middle of lunch. Can't really call it, but we'll see. Once the volume starts to kick in, after lunch period is over, I think we'll start to see some movement back to the upside. 404 is a very critical level to hold on the SPY. Movement breaks is 405. Let's see. Getting a lot of bull and bear traps happening here. Positions, indicators. And it's still pushing down. That's a bull trap for you. There you go. It's failing right now. 404, 77, 78, dropping fast. Histogram was telling the truth. You got the flip about to happen on the RSI. Once this crosses over, you're most likely heading back down to the next level of support. Going to be about 40458. If that fails, back down to 40402. So we'll see. I'll be right back. All right. Back. Let's see how we're looking on the charts right now. We're back here once again, taking a look and see what's happening. Let's step away for a few minutes, take care of one or two things real quick. All right, what we got here? So SPY looked like it actually came back up. We're just out of the lunch hour here. This is about 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Got a little bit of a pop here on SPY. 5-minute chart. How's AMC looking? AMC looking at 594. Looking to still take that opportunity to break the 595, 597 mark in order for us to start to hit for a 603. So we're waiting for that to happen. It's on the way, just moving very, very slowly. They're literally bleeding the volume out of this thing. 5-minute, 15-minute, very, very low volume. But once it does cross those critical levels, you should start seeing some volume start to pour in to start to move it back above those areas to be in the $6 range. Remember that the gamma line is right at the $6 mark, so I expect this thing to be held back as long as it possibly can in order to most likely deter anyone from thinking they're going to get rich off of this thing in one shot. So what they're trying to avoid is obviously any kind of gamma pressure, gamma squeeze is happening in the next couple of days or so. So we got to keep a lookout for that. But do stay diligent in this thing. I think we might be very, very close to what's happening. Take a look at the SPY. SPY looks like it may have just reached a temporary top here. Let's take a look at the 1-minute chart. Right now, my 0 DTEs fluctuate a little bit. 0 DTEs, I've been 0 DTE 407 calls for today. And I actually picked those up roughly around when we're down in the 5.405.10 or 405.05 mark. Once I noticed that we weren't breaking back below that level. See on the 1-minute chart here, we can see we're running into some resistance right at the smooth moving average at roughly 480, 405.80 and change. So it looks like it's going to go take a second attempt at it. You see there's a low volume push down. Right now, finding support off of 90 EMA. If it does find a support, it may bounce off of this and go ahead and take a second attempt at it. And here it's already starting back up. So it may take a second attempt. Looks as if those 407s are a good opportunity to possibly get in if you were looking to get into on some of those options. Right now, I believe my cost basis on those is just around 40 cents. Purchase price right now is roughly about 44 cents. And once it breaks through the 405, I have my next level here at 406.38, then 406.21, then 406.38. We should start to see some kind of upside movement here once it breaks this 800 moving average. So pay close attention to that. I'm going to mark that off just so I have a visual of how this thing's going to move, but it needs to hold this 90 EMA on the shorter time frames in order to start making that route back up. So good opportunity to make some money. I'm going to go and post that on Facebook, on Twitter real quick. Make sure opportunities are being taken in all locations. Do like to post a lot of my my high probability trades on Twitter, so do follow me there if you're not already following me as we speak. One opportunity is for everybody to make some money on these things, not just myself. I know a lot of people are just waiting for AMC to pop off, but there's opportunities out here in this market to make money on all sides. So pay attention, stick with it, and we can get this money. All right, I'm going to post. I'm going to go open a couple of my other port. One moment. Let's see, we get about 10 of them. All right, here's the attempt right now. About to break through 405.83. Once it breaks this smooth moving average, that's why I like to keep it on my charts. If I were just to let you know, it's a tip that I like to pass out any kind of indicators or any way I can help in your trading experience. This is one of the more important ones I believe you need to have added onto your charts. It's a combination of all the moving averages throughout different levels, and there's the pop. All right. All different time frames, the 200 moving average on several different time frames, some of the major ones, the 15, the 30, the hour, the 45, and so on. But 406.21 is the next level I'm looking for here. Once it breaks 406.21, next level I have after that is 406.38. Pop is moving through here. Already up 26% on these calls. Gonna go and post this in this on Twitter. Gonna trim a few here. Just had 10 contracts. Just gonna trim about 2 of them just for the time being, just in case we don't know where this thing is actually gonna turn, how this thing is gonna turn around. So you're gonna make sure you manage your risk as much as possible, many opportunities as you can. But that was a money making play right there. You saw that. I'm gonna go ahead and post this real quick on Twitter so people know what's happening out here. All right, it's going to make another attempt here. I expect the next level. It did go ahead and slap my level here right at 406.21. I'm expecting another push here through 406.38 being the next level of resistance to hit. I'll double check on some of the indicators. Right now we're getting the volume starting to come back in after the lunch hour. Right now we're still underneath the signal line, but it's starting to pick up slowly. Let's check the 5 minutes, see where we stand. Got all the crosses ready to go. 9:21 already took place. Right now we're waiting for 13:48 to actually occur. And if that does, I can see it starting to really pick up to actually hit 407 today. My next level after 406.38 is going to be at 407. 407.18. 407.18 is going to be the location where I expect this to hit, which is going to be naturally just around that 200 moving average for the day. But look out, this thing is actually going to start to move. If you're in those 0 DTEs, I can easily see these being over 100% play. So just stay tuned. Hopefully you're sticking with this thing and making some money while we wait for AMC to make this move, because right now it is still just kind of crawling up, fighting against this moving average on the 6-hour chart, which is again the smooth moving average. You saw what it did a minute ago on the when it moved on the SPY. Same concept here. Once it breaks through and also breaks its resistance level at 597, we can start to push the 6s. I would hope to break it, start to move towards this area roughly about 613s at some point today. But it's just taking a little bit longer than we like it to. So you got to stay with it. But you can see there's a ton of resistance up here around $6.13, $6.10. They're really trying to hold us down. They don't want it to break that 635 mark, which I have marked here. Has a potential to actually be hit by the end of the day. So hopefully we can get there, but there's a ton of resistance in this area. This is all selling pressure, sell orders waiting to be filled. So if we do break out, that's the spot I'd be looking to take the most profits, because we don't know what tomorrow brings. I mean, it's a very bold move to try to hold into it after the fact, being that we tend to really dump hard on earnings day, after earnings, usually for the next 2 days after the earnings takes place. This one's a little bit different. Obviously, this one's different because it's in the morning. First time I'm seeing a morning AMC call. This is prior to any squeeze. I've heard in the past that they used to do them in the morning, back when they used to be a profitable company. But things have changed, and things are a little bit different now. Once we got involved, things have changed for several different reasons. But right now, this is a reversion back to the way they used to do things. I don't know if Adam Aaron has some things up his sleeve, expecting things to go a certain way. But we have, as far as options are concerned, the shares, we're not really nothing to worry about in the shares. Shares are fine. But the options players, so if you're in here for options, really trying to make the bag on the leverage, you got to be careful, because they would love nothing more than take money out of your pocket. And we're not here to lose money. We're here to make money. It's about making money on the way up. All right. Outcome is income. Remember that. Outcome, income. So manage your risk as best as you possibly can. right, SPY's still looking good at 406.19. Gonna check my port here. 30% up 37% right now on those calls. On my smaller port, larger port up 30%. All right, let me know if anybody's in here. Let me know what the sound is like. If the background music is a little too loud, or whatever the case is. If my voice can be heard properly, just go and give me a little feedback. Let me know how I'm sounding here. All right, AMC right now pushing 595, trying to break that smooth moving average on the 6-hour time frame. Kind of right there, just trying to break above. You see how it broke above that, briefly wicked above and was quickly rejected. The next attempt, I feel, is going to be the break we need to make it happen, to get up above the gamma wall of $6. So we'll keep a lookout on that. SPY is getting a little bit of rejection here at that 406.21 mark, which is what I had marked. You can see it was rejected perfectly from there. But it is starting to find some support. We'll go to a closer time frame or nearer time frame to see what it's looking like for a retest. I have the 9 EMA being retested on the 1 minute, and it looks like it's going to make another attempt here to start to push towards the 406.30 range. One more again. Let's see. All right, max momentum ready to flip back up again once for another run. Histogram is showing a little bit of weakness, but RSI is starting to pick up again for another push. So we should start to see a push momentarily. The call should be in a good position. Taking a look here, we have a bearish crab on the 1 minute chart, which is this W formation, including what just basically took place, which is off that double bottom, and then a retest of the 200 EMA. Playing the smooth moving average where we were rejected, back above, and now we're going to start to break through here for that test of the 406.38 mark. We'll see how that plays out. At that point, I'm going to look to reduce my risk a little bit more on some of the calls that I picked up, to the 407 0 DTE calls. If we do touch that 406.38 mark, or reduce my risk and also take some profits on that. Right now that we have 14 seconds left on this candle on the 1 minute time frame, looks like it's trying to shooting star and push us back down. May want to go and retest that 200 smooth moving average. It's possible that it wants to come down to somewhere around the 405.85 mark in a little bit, but we'll see how it plays out. 406.18 is proven to be a pretty strong resistance. That's any other plays out here. Let's see what else we got. Trying to find some more plays. There we go. Here's the push. 406.38, my next target, 406.38. Right now, calls are starting to print. This is 0 DTE calls, so take your profits as you go up. I didn't quite get there, but waiting for the rejection. It should come up in just a moment here. There's the rejection right there. All right, should be one more push. 406.38. That should be the touch right there. 406.38. Perfectly matched. Perfectly hit right there on the target. Go ahead and trim a couple contracts right there just in case we do wind up getting flushed back downward. At least we have some profit in our hands on this particular play. Up right now 41% on those calls. look here in the 5 minutes, see if we how our momentum indicator is looking. See if we still got. Oh, we just got a 1348 cross to the upside on the SPY. So we just got the 1348 cross in the 5-minute chart. The upper, there's going to be continuation here. If we can go ahead and break that 406.38, look out. We're going to hit 407.18 in just a few. Going to start to head towards testing that 200 moving average in just a little bit. Next resistance level is most likely going to be the 406.51, which is the top of the run that we had this morning off of the bottom bounce. From there, it pretty much is going to be a run all the way up to about $7, $407. AMC still hanging out. Here we go. 406. Up now 54% on these calls. 58%. All right. That's 653. 653 right now. We broke the recent high of the day. Looking to push towards the next levels. Like I mentioned before, 407.18. Here we go. 407.18 coming in. Gonna go and cut some of these calls, take a couple profits. Up 81% right now on these calls. Alrighty. Nice move. Nice move. Okay, volume's starting to really kick in right now. Look at the 5 minutes starting to get above the signal line or the moving average. You see that we had this move here, 406.59. If we hold support, next logical target is going to be at the 800 moving average here, 406.93. We're taking a look and seeing what the indicators are starting to show us in terms of continued momentum. We are still looking good. The momentum is starting to continue to kick in. We are looking a little light on the histogram. We are above the signal line on the shaft trend cycle, and we are sitting oversold, right, overbought on the RSI. So it is going to get a little tight up here. So if you are in these, be careful, because we're now starting to look like we're making our way back down, at least to a level of support. And there's the flip down. We most likely start seeing. And this is tight. Now we're on the 1 minute chart, so pay attention to what's happening on larger time frames, but be a sniper when it comes down to the smaller ones, just to see what's going to happen next. Don't get faked out, but we do need to hold above 406.59 to have a chance to play the upside. I still do fully believe we're going to go ahead and hit the 407.18 mark today, and probably within the next few minutes at most. But this is looking really, really good, really positive. Be right back. There you go. There you go. That's how you make that money, man. Up 120% right now on those calls. So we're now in the money. I'm gonna turn my camera back on. And that's how you do it. Let's go. All right, now we're gonna go ahead and start testing. Looks like we're testing that area I mentioned earlier today. We did go ahead and touch and tap the just about the 407.18 area that I had marked off. Just shy of it, roughly about 407.16 or 17. And now we're starting to retrace a bit. I do still expect us to go ahead and touch this mark here at the 200 moving average, or 200 EMA, I should say, at some point today. But right now it's looking really, really good. We do see that we have a increase in volume on the upside. So this is not a fake pump, ladies and gentlemen. This is actually a real move upward. And to everyone's surprise, we're actually really moving up. Take a look. I trimmed a huge portion right now. We're pretty much in a free ride on my calls. And if you have been trimming along the way, you should be good. Well, I did, like I mentioned earlier, I did go ahead and trim off and get rid of my 402s a little bit early. Those are roughly up, roughly about 40% when I did so. But we're looking solid right now overall. That double bottom played out beautifully. You see that double bottom happen. Now we have the 921 cross, the 1348 cross, all confirmed. And now just literally playing points of support and resistance while AMC is being held back. AMC still being held back, not being allowed to break over that 595 mark and just kind of hanging out there. Yeah, they are really going to try to bring us down to the wire. But right now, SPY is actually hunting for a 1348 cross on the 15-minute. It already got it on the 10. So, yeah, this thing could really possibly push 408. It's not impossible. There's a ton of time left in the day. It's already only 1:30 Eastern right now. There's a lot of opportunity, but that level of 407.18 is going to be pretty hard resistance. We'll see how things continue to play out. Yeah, looking real good. 406.45 right now. AMC has not made a move in over 2 hours. Kind of just stuck right, stuck in spot right here. Has not been allowed to make any kind of headway. Just wick down, wick all the way up, wick down. We're kind of in limbo until probably earnings. And like I said before, manage whatever risk you have. They're not letting this thing move out of their control. And right now, kind of playing the 5-minute on the top side of the 9 EMA. It looks like it is looking to build a little strength for another push-up, but they really have a huge sell wall. This blue box represents all selling pressure or selling orders that need to be filled, and they're not allowing them to get past this area. I mentioned before, I'll say it again, that $6 is that gamma wall they're trying to keep under control because of gamma pressure, potentially pushing this thing into a gamma squeeze move, which they would not like to happen in advance. So you got to be very, very mindful of whatever call options you may have. I'm still holding on to my $6 calls and also my $10 calls at the moment. $10 calls are actually going to be for June 16th, not 0DT. Sorry. So those are June 16th calls, $10. Once we start to get the volatility event that I'm expecting to have today, I am going to look to trim those. I don't want to hold any options going into earnings, being I know how this thing moves. High potential for them to literally dump this off the face of the earth right back to $4 or something like that. So be careful with holding any kind of plays into earnings, because again, you got all different types of things that you can possibly get just IV crushed all the way down. So be very, very careful with that. SPY's making its way back up here, moving back towards the mark, looking to take a second attempt at breaking the 200 moving average. It did find support here right at my level, and it looks like it's hammering pretty well. About 1 minute left on this candle here, but it did wick off the 406.37 mark, making another attempt. But the pressure's upward. I mean, this thing is going to move upward most likely. I expect it to start to push towards 407. Now, is 408 possible? It can be. There's plenty of time left in the day, but we're going to have a lot of trouble here in this between 407 to about 450 range. This is where everything's going to pretty much happen. So that'll be the battleground zone in that time frame. But till we get to it, right now, it's going to most likely range trade until time kind of passes by, and then these moving averages start to move more and more to the downside in order to catch each other up before it starts to take off. So time, in a sense, can be your friend, but when it comes to contracts, it's not. Especially with 0 DTEs, because the theta will just start to kick in at certain points in the day and literally drop your value down a lot faster than you'd like to see it. So be careful with these 0 DTEs. Play the move, don't play the hold. You don't damn hand these options at all. Last thing you want to do. All right, AMC starting to chew into this order block here. Filling some of those sell orders. Hopefully, it can start to get a little more momentum to the upside. Right now, sitting at 595. Still having trouble trying to break through this wall. That wall here, which again I mentioned before, is going to be the smooth moving average on the 6-hour chart, which is a combination of all the moving averages, the 200 moving averages on several different time frames. It's a very, very solid resistance area to break. If we do get that break above 595 and start to find support above it, we can most likely move toward 597, which is where the end of the order block is for the 5-minute time frame. We could start to see movement towards the $6 mark, where we start to flip gamma and maybe start pushing towards breaking this descending broadening wedge on the daily macro downtrend. So that daily macro downtrend is really what it's all about. Which we break this, as you can see, this blue box represents all the selling pressure that they have waiting for us once we break this downtrend. Every single time, I mentioned this before, every single time we've touched that downtrend line, we've run into a situation where we've been halted. So that yellow line is basically everything. If we touch this yellow line, I'm expecting a halt. If we get halted, your options are going to be screwed if you have call options. So be careful with it. If we start to make our round up, start taking your profits. I never tell you to buy or sell, but I want you to manage the risk as best as you can. We're not here to lose money. We're here to make it. Outcome has to be income. All right, SPY's moving back up here, 406.79. I'll double check on my calls. Right now, I still have about 5 contracts left. Right now, they're at 82%. So going to see what's happening in the Twitter world real quick. See what people are talking about. Haven't really paid attention to the banks. I know that they're, well, not since this morning anyways. You know, it's a scorched earth right now, but I don't know. The SPY doesn't seem to agree right now. It may be setting us up for a situation to dump it, but who knows? Right now, I'm playing the chart. I'm going to post whatever plays I can. All right, it's 406.89, still holding up strong. How's AMC looking? They are draining all of the life out of these contracts. At one point today, this is up almost 100%. Right now, they are sitting at 42%. Just burning them out as much as they possibly can, trying to shake people off of these contracts, but I don't think that's going to happen. We know the move is happening at the end of the day, so they've done it before, they'll do it again. $5.95, just holding it. 406.07. See if we got any other plays we could take here. All right, what are we doing? There we go. We got a break. 496. 505. Here's a break. 596. They're really going to try to hold this thing until, I'd say, power hours, when we really start to see the move. Yeah, power hours looking like the move, man. To break 597, 603. All right, thanks. Appreciate the feedback. Yeah, I wanted to make sure it was a little bit smoother this time, so I want to clean it up a little bit. So right now, it looks like we're about to make some moves, man. Hope you got your AMC set up. We just broke that smooth moving average, so look out. 603 is next. We got a break. SPY is on the move. I was able to pick up some 0 DTEs. Hopefully you got in. 407s. Drop those off for about 100%. Right now it's kind of messing around here. So, but AMC is about to make its run, man. All right, it's in that 406.73. I cut out about 50% of my contracts, so the rest of them at 100%, and just waiting for those to make their move. I'm expecting a nice move to happen on all stocks right now, roughly at about 2:45 Eastern. 2:45 Eastern would be the move. That's after they do their book rebalancing over on Wall Street. And they start to take a little bit more of a look on what kind of risk management they can take. Ooh, SPY just lost the critical level. 406.59. Yeah, this thing might actually start coming back down right when AMC is getting ready to potentially run. Let's take another look here. It has to hold 406.59 to make that push. If it goes ahead and breaks the level of 407.18, I'm looking for it to have a little bit of struggle between 407.18 and 407.69. But right now, it's starting to form a little bit of a bull pennant. Kind of playing around. This is a 3-minute chart. It's playing around, bouncing on the moving average and the EMAs on a 3-minute time frame, and also holding above the 9 EMA. This is actually still in a good position to possibly move up, but it is forming a pennant setup. So we got a pennant here actually happening to potentially break upwards. If it finds support off of the 9 EMA, expect it to push through. It'll cup, go up towards 4718, and potentially break it to hit the smooth moving average once again on the 3-minute time frame, which is bring us to about 40769. So the calls are still to play right now up until they're not. So right now we are on the downside. We do have the couple of indicators that I'm looking at here. I have the RSI, shows that it has crossed down, but it is looking to make a curvature back up on a 3-minute chart to potentially start to push once again. AMC's at 599, looking for that move. Max momentum is to the downside, but it may be finding support potentially here, 40565. If it does push and holds off 9 EMA, it's gonna move, guaranteed. So put calls right now would be the move. In my opinion, anyway. If it loses this level, if it drops underneath this 40637, if it doesn't hold it, the move may be over and that was it. But we'll see. Now, I have come to realize that they love to dump the SPY when AMC is about to make its move. And right now, it's about to make a move. It has broken over that smooth moving average, and I expect them to start to use the broader market to hopefully hold it back. It's more cost effective for them to short the market than it is to short AMC at this particular point. So why go head up when you can go right around them? And that's the move that they're playing right now. So right now we are technically in a small squeeze setup on AMC. You can see we have our order blocks for purchases down here in the green. No sell orders above. It's going to start pushing towards 603 in a moment here. SPY is coming down. Going to go in a 3-minute chart to see how this is looking. But it's losing the support lines that I have set up. It's going to go out and test the 21 EMA. If it doesn't hold that, it's going down to going towards this this volume shelf, which is at 405.23. So we'll see. But AMC is slightly in a squeeze setup right now on the 3-minute chart and looking to do so on the 5-minute chart. So volume, we pay close attention to volume at this point. You can see that there was a big spike of volume at roughly about 130. And it hasn't been following through just yet. So we'll see how things go in the next couple of minutes here, but it's starting to pick its direction. We obviously know it's up, but they're also trying to hold it back from making any moves at all. So we'll see. Are there any other plays out here? Any other tickets to take a look at? Starting to get kind of boring now, just waiting for this stuff to happen. Is there any money out there? Well, good looking out for that feedback, New Age. Let's see what we got. Time is it? We got 1:45, just about. AMC just hugging that 599 to flip gamma wall. I'll tell you, they don't want us flipping that gamma wall. GameStop creeping up here too, 1942. And New Age, I believe you were in those 2050s as well. You should be looking real good right now. Those 2050s is money. You should be looking real good. I'll hold on to those for a little while. I don't see any kind of pressure really coming up for a little bit of time here. Oh, Ape is moving nicely. I didn't even look at Ape. Paying attention so close to these options. I haven't been watching Ape today. Actually, I don't need the next one. Let's go and flip to Ape real quick. Ape is up 5%. 161, next level of resistance on 8. But they want to hold this thing back. Everything is lined up to keep AMC from moving. But we have literally filled all the buy zones, and it's nothing but selling pressure between here and about 168, 169 on 8. Which, and the funny thing is my average is 166. So right now I'm still under right now in my 8 position, but it's all good. Well, at one point anyway, I never sold my original 8, and I was giving back when they first did the split. But on my new port, I picked up a bunch between low ones and two and change. So average is about 166 in my 8 position. The other one is kind of wonky because it doesn't tell me. Says my average is 0. So I don't know. I haven't added any more on that particular portfolio. So we'll see. Yeah, but here goes SPY. SPY actually showing some major weakness right now. It's actually losing a few of the major EMAs. 9 EMAs is gone. Looking now to go ahead and test this level of support. We'll see if it turns around. Support levels right now is at 406.21. If it loses 406.21, doesn't hammer back up, the 5-minute 13 EMA is next up on the list, but it does look like it's finding a little bit of a bounce here. But it needs to do so quickly because I do see volume again being a little off. Selling pressure starting to come in a bit. We'll see if it goes above signal line. Yeah, I think I'm going to close out the rest of these SPYs. I don't see SPY recovering yet. Yeah, SPY doesn't look like it's recovering here. So it's a possibility. SPY is probably going to come back down heavy, go down to test the volume shelf. Somewhere around 405. So 405 puts might be the move right now. Let me see how we're looking, because it's really showing some weakness. We start to get some crosses to the downside. I'm definitely going to pick up a couple of puts. So we'll see if we get some confirmation in a little bit. But right now, at 1:47 p.m., if it does not hold 621, I'm going to play puts to this thing all the way down to 405. We'll see. Not any plays. I hear that, man. it's a lot of uncertainty in the market. So take your money where you can. Nice. As far as Meta, Meta's been on a rip. So if you got that money from Meta, you should be golden. So I'm taking a look here. It looks like 406.21 is holding up pretty tight for AMC just broke 6. Let's go. Let's go, AMC. Now I'm getting souped. Okay. Let's go. Let's take a look at these calls. Just broke 6, but they stay hammering it back down. All good, man. All good. No such thing as a small gain. The gain is the gain. Come back the next day and you make more on top of that. but you need ammo to make more. So take your wins. That's most important. Take your wins, stack them up, go for the next one. Oh boy, they really holding it. Yep, I think the puts player is going to be what's up on SPY right now. They just flushed this thing down. About to get confirmation. We got it on max momentum over here. Uh, we definitely got a cross down on the RSI. I'm waiting for a full signal on the stochastic. But you see the histogram is now starting to float downward. Once we get this crossover, it's going to be time. AMC sitting at $6, just fighting, just like tickling it right now. Let's see here. How are we looking? So we should be in the money on those $6 calls right now. I'm going to also check my $10 calls for June. Right now, I'm up on these $6 calls. They are in the money at this point. Up 64%. 601. Here we go. I'm about to hop into the, I'm looking at the SPY here, about to hop into these puts. Again, they always use the SPY to drop down AMC's momentum. So the crosses are taking effect. If I see the shaft trend cycle start to flip downward and get toward the signal line, or show me any signs of red, I'm taking 405 puts and running that all the way back down to about the 50 moving average, which is roughly about 405.35. I think I'm going to probably get a starter position set up here for 0 DTEs. Hang tight. Yeah, it's starting to move. Yeah, here we go. We're going to go back to 404 puts for a retest. Right now at 32 cents. Get a couple of these, just a few. All right, I'm in them. I went 404 puts for today. 0 DTE. This thing is about to flush. Got the crossover on the stochastic here for the yeah, it's flushing now. Here's a crossover on the MACD. Shaft trend cycle shows weakness. I got my crossover already on the RSI and going to be waiting for the KST to come back down. So still a possibility for it to turn around. So I'm going to play scalps real quick. Only got a few contracts towards 404, but because this thing can turn around at any point. But right now there is weakness showing up. The volume on the, let's see, the volume is weak on the selling side. We'll see what happens on the 5 minute here. But if it loses this line, let's see, on the 48, yeah, this thing is out of here. So we're watching this 48 EMA right now play out. If it does hold it, it's a potential reversal. But if it loses it, 15 EMA is it, somewhere roughly around the low 405 area. But I fully do expect if it does lose that area for it to come a lot lower, somewhere around 405.06, which is this volume shelf right here where we bounced off several different occasions before taking off. So very crucial area left over to hold for it to hold on to. But if it breaks 405.73 and it just broke, let's see. We gotta wait for the candle to close. About 2 minutes left on this candle for the 5 minute, and AMC is now holding 603. 603. Next level I got for AMC is going to be somewhere at 612. 612, huge level to break. That puts us back into our bullish setup. Kind of keeping one eye on the SPY and also one eye on AMC right now. But we're starting to head toward this major order block for the selling side, where they are waiting to hammer this thing back down. So be careful here if you're in. But I'm watching here. I'm going to start trimming it a little bit just in case, because they are waiting to push this thing down profusely. 604. Here we go. All right. SPY looks like it's trying to bounce here. Trying to take the little gains I made earlier off of the 0 DTE calls off the 407. But let's see how this plays out. Nah, I don't believe you. They need more people. Hold on a second. Let's see. We got the cross down about to occur. I see a lower high on the lower high showing up here on the Wyckoff trend oscillator. Let's see if it continues to play out. It is starting to reverse. Look at a closer time frame. 1 minute. 1 minute is showing me the opposite. It bounced off of the smooth moving average on the 1 minute time frame, and it's starting to reverse on me here. All right, let's see. I got a stop loss I had in place. It was this quick scalp, so I had a 15% stop loss. I'm probably getting close to it now. I'm actually still flat. Interesting. Yeah, I think that he will still buying these things up. I'm still flat. But right now on the 1 minute time frame, it's still holding the 200 smooth average. But it is shooting star. It is a shooting star candle that's printed right now. It's printing. Got 4 seconds left. If it prints like that, it's going down. That's creating a little bit of a high. It's still a little reversal possibility here. It is growing momentum. Let's double check on the indicators. Yeah, momentum's starting to kick in now. I don't know. It's a toss-up. Selling pressure is weakening. Histogram is starting to show lighter red. We do have a cross up above the. Oh, it's a flush. Here we go. Rejection. It's coming down to 405.64. And let's double check on those puts. I'm in 404 puts for today. Again, this is a quick scalp. I didn't go too heavy on these. I'm already up pretty good on the 407 calls I took earlier today. So not trying to risk it. But right now it is fighting. I don't know. Let me double check a higher time frame to see. Yeah, it's a potential for this thing to turn around here. It is building momentum. It did find support off of the 21 moving average. Yeah. I don't like them. The setup, my entry wasn't the best in that situation. Right now, I'm down 13%. I think I'm going to cut these here. I don't like the way this is moving. And I'm out. 15% stop loss. All right. Was a scalp, but it looks like a little bit of a bear trap setup. So I did get caught on that real quick. All good. Take big wins, but take small losses. That's how you stay profitable in this thing. The 15% on only a few contracts, not too bad. But AMC is in a squeeze scenario. It has now broken out of the Bollinger Bands, which are basically like out of bounds sections, I like to call them, on the daily. So it is out of bounds right now. This is grounds for shorting. They are looking to slam this thing back down. You can see the descending broadening wedge is waiting for it to be broken, where they all have their orders ready to fill. Sell orders. This whole blue box is all selling pressure and nothing but selling pressure. $6.05. I'm hiding the indicators here. And again, we're in this setup here. Weekly time frame, descending broadening wedge since the beginning of AMC. And this large bull channel, upward momentum. The January squeeze was a break of this yellow descending broadening wedge. It broke through, came back and retested the midline. It broke through the midline. We got the June squeeze. June squeeze came all the way down, tested that midline of the bigger bull channel, held it, lost it, retested it in March, the March run up, and has not been back there to retest it since. We've played the downside, which is the bottoms that we've had at 370 and 371, which was an uptrend that we've been on, which also coincides with a retest of the downtrend of the larger descending broadening wedge since AMC was started. So now we are now on the playing the uptrend, looking to break this descending broadening wedge. History basically repeating itself the same way it did last time, where it would be a squeeze up out of this area, coming back to retest at some point before a bigger move or a larger move later on in the year, which I'm expecting somewhere closer to October. So if you watch one of my last videos I put up there, that's basically my take on what the move is going to look like at some point in time. But that's where we're at right now. We also are playing this broadening top pattern for the ABCD move. And we are now looking to play the top side of this, hopefully breaking through if they don't slam this thing back down toward the bottom of the wedge. We did break through the midterm falling wedge on lower volume, and now we're looking to play the top side and break through this area, which is a descending broadening wedge. And we saw what happened last time that happened. Once we broke through, this thing flew. That happens again. We can see some big movement, but I'm not sure what is planned to happen here, being that they love to slam this thing back down on earnings. Every earnings we fall dramatically, right? So we gotta pay close attention to what happens here. I keep stressing it over and over again because I don't want anybody to lose any money on any calls they took. The point is, I do this in order to help anybody, make some money back, that they've lost or been, under because of how they played around with AMC. This is why I even started doing this, and I know what it feels like. So the point is to protect your money, make money, and then grow from there. So don't lose it on his. It's rather be safe than sorry. All right. So again, they would love to slam this thing back down on earnings right at this particular area to demoralize anybody they can. If they did so, I would see us playing the uptrend that we've had since the lows back when it was at $1 and change back here in January 2021. The uptrend, you see it bounced here at $3.79. We came up to $8.53, played the downside again, roughly about the $4 and change mark. We got the news from Allegheny lawsuit, bounced again just underneath it, which served as a spring. And now we are now playing into a last point of support where we stand now, if you look at it from a Wyckoff perspective. So this area is the last point of support and looking to go. So we just got to play close attention and look at the SPY tumbling. AMC above $6, SPY's coming down to slow it down. So we'll see. All right, SPY. It just I definitely got closed out a little too early. I probably should have set a better stop loss, but it's all good. Got closed out at 15% stop loss on those 404 puts, but it's now starting to play out. We got the cross down. It looks like it's kind of teetering right now. Still not sure what it wants to do, but we got a cross down on the stochastic, and it looks like it may want to fail and lose this 48 EMA, which it keeps bouncing off of. But taking a look here, if you look at the candles that I'm using the JS trend candles, which basically show me where momentum lies. And they flip blue when we are in positive momentum. They flip red when we start to get a little bit of, the outline, I should say, flips red when we start to get bearish momentum or bearish pressure. The blue, once it turns fully red, that means we're getting full bearish pressure. If you see them with red with the blue outline, that means there's uncertainty in the move. But right here, we can see we got full red, which means that there's a lot of bearish pressure coming in. Now, it's not 100% accurate. It does work and play along with other indicators that I use. But this is just one insight into exactly how I actually pick my plays, whether or not they're puts or calls. Helps me to actually choose which ones work best in that scenario. But you still need to look at your EMAs. You still need to be aware of where your support and resistance levels are and take them from there. All right, 406.05, a lot of indecision happening here. Let's take a look at volume. Still relatively low volume for today, but we are still playing potentially momentum to the downside. All right. So at this point, I still got a few runners left on my 407 calls that were basically the 405 puts, 404 puts were a hedge, and we're still kind of playing both directions. Not sure exactly which way which is going to go. So I do see higher lows getting formed here. So there's a potential of this actually starting to pull back upwards, but we are still on a 3-minute underneath the 21 EMA. So it's again just showing us indecision right now on what's happening with this move. I'm going to remove the indicators for a moment. Let's do some standard, old-fashioned technical analysis. These fancy indicators and all of that. If I hear one more person talking about this AI nonsense, I'm just gonna lose it. So, yeah, AI is cool and all of that, but you need to understand the essence of this thing. And you can see that there was a break under, lost support. Yeah, it's definitely going to 405.02. It lost the support area, it hit the resistance, came back down. If it loses this line at 405.75, you can say goodbye to this thing. It's going back to 405. But it's still a lot of indecision here. Here comes a push down. Check the 1-minute chart. Yeah, I think the move is over. Maybe even forming a small head and shoulders. You can see here, 1-minute chart. Left shoulder, kind of a head here. Right shoulder formed over roughly about 205. Yeah, 405.02 is looking like the move. If it breaks the next line at 405.75, you're coming down to 405. That's pretty much it. So puts are still the move. You can see they're dragging AMC down with it. Back down to 598. And here it is. Here's the break of the neckline, and there's your move. So there go your puts. I'm back in. I just had an order filled for my puts, and hey, let's go. 405 puts. I'm up 2%. Let's see. It's really trying to bear trap people over here. There was a hammer on that 1-minute candle, and it looks like a reversal. That might have been a bear trap setup. And if volume actually follows through, this might actually fully reverse and recover. Let's double check the volume. The volume's starting to step up underneath the smooth moving average on the 1-minute time frame. If it goes ahead and breaks above this, which is it's coincides with the 21 EMA, there may be a chance for it to actually pull up, but it is seeing some pressure to the downside. How's AMC doing? $6 and change. Finding support once again at 597. Got rejected at 605. All right. What are you going to do, Spy? What are you going to do? All right, so I got this blue flip here on the 1-minute chart on the JS trend candles. It's not holding. It is looking like it's flipping back the other direction. I'm going to go to a higher time frame to get a better, more accurate view of this thing. Oh, no. There you go. The 3-minute has now showed a 921 cross to the downside. That shows negative momentum, which should push this thing down. Let's check the 5-minute. Yeah, the move is most likely going to be down. So I'm going to hold on to these puts. I'll see how this thing plays out. I already set my stop loss for the calls that I had. And use stop losses, y'all. I mean, it's one thing to see all these different moving pieces, but something else completely to keep yourself safe. So stop losses come in clutch sometimes. I learned that the hard way. So let's see. There's a lot of indecision still. Let me see if there's any other plays out here in the meantime. Do you think it's going to pump or drop after earnings? I'm going to give you my straight answer. Somebody just asked me this question here online. Oh, my puts just got closed out. Well, all right, it's 10%. All good. All right, this is a bear trap. I'm not going to play anything else. This is a bear trapping and bull trapping left and right. So it doesn't know what it wants to do at this point. So I'm going to stay off of the SPY for a little bit. But I'm up pretty heavily on the calls, which is all good. Right now, I don't want to overtrade, so I'm going to stop trading for the rest of the day. Look at other things in the market, see what's happening out there with other plays, other tickers, just get an idea what the sentiment of the market is. So mess around with Twitter, see what people are talking about. Yeah, it's coming down. Yeah, so they are really just holding this thing until 245. The SPY and AMC are being held in place. But the SPY has gotten its downside crosses, so I don't expect it to be able to hold this onslaught of selling pressure for much longer. It's going to start to get its downside crosses soon and start to head toward the 50 moving average, roughly at about 405.32. That's what I'm expecting to happen next year. But it's just in a very tough spot to really call. It's going to kind of sideways trade for a little bit until it makes its full decision on which way it wants to go. So let's see. All right, be right back in a minute. All right. See about getting back to this real fast. See what's happening. So I didn't realize I even missed that AMD move, man. All right. Taking another look at this thing here. Get back like we never left. Let's see what we got here. AMC starting to push back up. All right, so they basically went ahead and took the opportunity to short it, being that it was broken out of the Bollinger Bands. Turn this camera back on real quick. All right, here we go. All right, so basically just got AMC open. I got the SPY open. All right, let's take a look and see what we got here. Drastic sell-off on AMC and the SPY. Once the SPY broke that level of support that I expected it to continue to hold. On the 5-minute chart, it was the 200 EMA rejection. Broke right through the 50 moving average. And here we are at the VPVR, which is the volume profile, holding up support here. So this is the last area of support I would hope for it to actually hold on to. But I do believe that it is gearing up for another move downside-wise. I don't think that was the entire move. We did get that nice spike up to 407, which I did catch calls all the way up. That went over 100%. And then I did catch some of the downward move, but I got caught in a little bit of chop, being that there was some back and forth indecision happening here. And those wind up going red, and I was stop loss saved at about 15% stop loss. And my calls, the last remaining runners I had on the calls actually went flat before they were closed out. So that was good. Nice gain on those. Right now, we're still unsure of exactly which way it wants to go. We are playing right now in the 5-minute chart. We are at the bottom of the Bollinger Band. So technically speaking, the upside is going to probably be the move short term. But we did have major crosses take place for momentum shifts to the downside, the 921 as well as the 1348 downside crosses. Right now just sitting on a volume shelf, mostly buying and selling happening here. At the same time, we are still within the bottom end of the Bollinger Band. So we'll see. 15 minutes says we have room to drop. This H pattern, if you've seen it before, usually a bearish indicator. I remove the Bollinger Bands real quick. And when you see this H style setup, we did get a lower high here, which served as a spring, pushed us upward, which is also like a double bottom, but we were rejected by the moving averages here. Just sitting on this volume shelf. This is going to play like a magnet. You can see we found support. We bumped our head up on it before, found support here. As well as here, and now just kind of teeter-tottering. We have this setup here. Looks like a spinning top. Doesn't know which way it wants to go right now. We're just waiting for orders to be filled before it decides to make its next move in either direction. But if it does lose its volume shelf, I'm expecting it to drop even further. I did have 402 puts, 402.5 puts that I closed out earlier, roughly at about a 40% profit, before we had that move upwards to 407. So now, just looking at this move, and in the meantime, I actually found out about this, kind of getting things together, trying to try out this stream for the first time. Realized I missed that move on AMD. AMD looked like it took off today. Looks like finally a positive reaction that came out of the earnings call. Just took a little while to play through. Just want to quickly look at it to see the move that I missed out on here. It's all good. There's always other plays, other opportunities. As long as you pay attention, keep your ear to the street in the markets, there's always another opportunity to make some money. And those opportunities are hit again, but that candle, 15-minute candle, big volume came in. I don't know if there was news attached to this. Let's see here. 11 minutes ago, AMD stock jumps on report of Microsoft AI. Let's see. 15 minutes ago, Microsoft AI said to help finance AI chip push. Let's see. 1 hour ago, this happened. This huge volume candle came in 1:15. So about an hour ago. That's a hell of a couple candles here. Went from $83 up to $92. Looking here at the calls, up 4,000. They went up 4,000%. Ooh, not bad at all. So you never know. News can push these things in one direction or another. And now you see the sell-off is kind of happening on it. But it did find support on the 800 moving average on the 15-minute chart. So it's a possibility it'll hang out here for a little while before coming back and testing that 9 EMA. But yeah, AI right now is the money maker. Anybody who says they're jumping into AI or doing anything with AI or has an AI processing chip coming out or whatever, that's usually grounds for squeeze. So I don't know. We need some AMC AI somewhere, something to happen like that because we need some movement, brother. Yeah, but that was a huge move. Anybody who picked that up, they were penny contracts for $90 strikes this morning. 4,000% move in one candle. So somebody's happy if they caught that move. Shoo. Anyways, back to AMC, who's joking around with us right now. We got AMC. AMC basically just went ahead and dumped down, caught this bottom end of the Bollinger Band, as well as a huge order block here at the bottom. Set of orders picked up. Now it's actually just playing against resistance at the 400 moving average, kind of just hanging around here for a little bit till it breaks through. Momentum is still kicking in to push this thing up, but you can see that this blue box is just showing that there's going to be a lot of sell pressure in this area here before it potentially breaks through and starts to make its way toward this movement here at about 613, which is my next level that I'm looking for before we start to see some kind of movement. I did mention on Twitter a few minutes ago we should start seeing movement roughly around 2:45 p.m., which it is right now 2:46. So here we go. We should start getting our movement to the upside starting now. We are building the pressure and momentum to start getting ready. But if you've been following along with me in the past, these things are pretty much timeable. And it's just one of the things that they do. Typically, once they rebalance their books for profits and losses throughout the day, they go ahead and reinstall them and can actually assess their risk better for the 3 o'clock run. So you'll typically see SPY and stuff like that move at the end of the day. Bigger volume starts to come in just for that final push, especially around 350. That last 10 minutes of the day is always the most volatile outside of the first 10 minutes of the day. So there you have it. But right now, it's basically applying to AMC and other tickers as well. It's not just a SPY, but most other tickers do the same exact thing. So we got AMC ready to make a move. This is basically just a local reaccumulation, and I'm going to call this. Stock comes down, sells off. People shaking out for shares, looking to take their profits at certain points. Obviously, $6 is a very big psychological level at this point. So to take their profits here, you obviously get the stock sell-off. You have a tweezer bottom here at the bottom end, which basically shows sell-off, immediate absorption of the selling pressure, and then it pushes it right back up. So happens the same way on the top end. You'll see tweezer tops on the top end, basically meaning this that everyone is taking their profits or selling off at one location, and you'll see this same particular move happen on the top side. Not happening right now at AMC. We obviously see it from the bottom end, meaning that there is bullish pressure. But all this is basically just a reaccumulation of shares. People maybe even going long, selling at the top, looking here to buy more and reaccumulate, have more shares available at a lower price so they can ride the wave up. The wave is known to be coming, but there's going to be selling pressures to shake people out for several reasons. The people are actively day trading the stock, stuff like that. So it's all part of the ebb and flow of how the market works. All right, SPY's continuing to press down here. We're going to try and run a quick test real fast here. I can go ahead and remove this be right back sign. Yeah, but I'm going to need to get back above here. Still got to manage these calls. We don't want to see it. I don't know why it would do this, but it's possible. Anything's possible with this stock. I don't want to see it wind up going into a situation where it has a head and shoulders play out, because right now we are in a potential location for them to do it. We have a left shoulder ahead at 605, right shoulder conform here right at 597, which again is a very big level of break and has been all day. We finally broke above it, and you can see how much we moved up and crossed through that $6 mark pretty quickly. Again, Gamma flips at $6, but they knocked it back down, obviously. It's a reaccumulation phase, so we'll see how it continues to move. Meanwhile, SPY is just trying to hold on for dear life here. If they push this thing under 404, forget about it. 403 is next. I have a little bit of support left at 402. And from there, I see 395. There's a gap that's been sitting at 395 now for about, I don't know, a month or two, about 2 months. So, you know, the algos love to fill gaps. So, high possibility of that actually playing through. It's crazy how it didn't even, the SPY didn't even get to break through that 400 moving average on the weekly. Going back and taking a look at the broader scope of this whole thing. It didn't get to break it. Kind of got trapped right there. Slammed back down right at the 417, just about 417 mark. It was hope, but they took it away. I was really hoping for it to go and hit that 430 mark. I had some 430 calls. Did catch a nice play on that. Also had some 375 puts. Caught a nice play on that as well. Once we got that huge scare to the downside. So, you know, it's really all about just how you play the charts, man. There's a lot of opportunities out here. But first, you got to know what you're doing. You got to follow certain steps and have decent risk management or risk tolerance, if anything. And if you can figure that out, yeah, you can do all right. But from macro sense, we did break the 9 EMA on the weekly chart. We are now sitting at and trying to bounce and trying to hold the 13 EMA on the weekly chart. And that's basically where we're at. If we hold that, we'll be all right. But if we don't, forget about it. Right now, we are teetering right on it. Right now, the SPY is at 404.68, looking like it wants to push down a little bit further. So yeah. Let's see any other plays we got going on here. Let me take a look and see what's hot right now. What's hot? Falling on low battery. think anything right now. I'm just gonna watch AMC. Wait till tomorrow. More plays will come up, but I think that the SPY found its base finally. It looks like some opportunity for some upside might be on the table. Gonna test something out real quick. Just bear with me. Still getting used to this whole streaming thing. So I'm just gonna try and see if I figure out how to. Alright, mate, that's what's up on the meta puts. Let me see how yeah, meta had a rip this morning. Okay. Okay. All right, want me to take a look at that 4-hour chart? Yeah, I think there's definitely more downside to come. I don't think it's based. I'm just talking about for the day. I'm thinking that it's just a quick respite it's about to take, but there's a lot more downside to play out on this thing. I'm gonna pull it up real fast on the 4 hour. The nice move on the meta puts, you know, good opportunity. Once you see the SPY coming down like that, that means most likely some of those blue chips are probably taking a hit. They definitely ran up hard this morning just as I want to call it an automatic reaction off of a sell off of a distribution. Typically happens just as a knee jerk reaction to any types of downward pressure. Same happens to the upside as well. You'll have when things sell off, move up too quickly, they tend to sell off quickly as well. And the same happens on the downside. So that's basically what we probably saw. Now, let's take a look at that 4 hour chart real fast on the SPY. Yeah, but I definitely think this thing is coming down to go fill that gap at 395 at some point in time. But it's gonna play hard to get for a little while. But it's only a matter of time until another bank actually collapses. I mean, this is getting out of hand, but we might really start to see that ride all the way down. I've already started building my longer term position on the downside, being that we failed at 417 mark. So, I'm thinking we really soon we're gonna hit that 379, 375 mark pretty soon. I don't know when, but if we get pops and we continue to fail that area, I'm thinking that we're going to hit that thing sooner than later. But in a sense, if you look at this from a Wyckoff perspective, you can see. I'll just remove all of this in general. Just looking at no indicators, just the bars and just the ideas of distribution and accumulation schematics. This is the 4 hour chart. You do have increasing volume. Just 1 second, yeah. Hide the indicators, hide the drawings, hide all. There we go. All right, so basically, we are now, I'd call this officially a sell-off schematic distribution. We had the higher high, which is pretty significant, or pretty. It does basically show that we're now in a full distribution. Last points of supply will play their way out until we get this kind of movement all the way down to 395. This is going to be the last area of support, but we had a up thrust and a UTAD. UTAD typically has a higher high than the previous high. UTAD is up here, and we had a sign of weakness back here. Now we're just basically playing our LPSYs, which are last points of supply, and we'll carry on from 403, which is the top end of this wick. So 403, 402, this wick, once it plays out with the volume showing steadily increasing to the upside as the price begins to fall, it just means it's going to be continuation. So price will continue to fall as volume picks up. That's pretty much all she wrote. So you can see that this is I will go ahead and put this into the regular trading hours. I'll get rid of all of that. I already have targets already set up for these, and you can see I have a target at 401.38, a target one off of a bearish bat pattern. So basically meaning we have this up and downward movement. We've hit our top. 417 on the 4 hour was with the top. I actually had 422 if we were able to break that, but we didn't. Last points of supply played out. This is the 400 moving average, which is this orange line. We weren't able to hold it. We got a 921 cross, which is this yellow dot. Probably hard to see, but the yellow dot basically is a cross to the downside on the 921 EMA. And the natural next target on the 4-hour chart is going to be right here at 401.33. You lose that, you're going to go and hit 400, and 400 is a huge psychological level, as we know. You're all the way down here, 392. It's not that far away, and we are in that pattern, which is the broadening top. I'll go just draw it in real quick rather than adding those. Yeah, I have a lot of things going on here. But that broadening top is basically playing itself out. A, B, C, D, E pattern. And now we have formed the final phase. Basically, this is our last point. If we fail the 402 mark, which is what I'm expecting to happen soon, it may not be today, but it's going to happen soon. Oh, screen freezing up again. Damn it. Give me 1 second trying to set that up. All right, cool. Hopefully it should be a little better now. Let me know if it seems a little bit more smooth this time around. All right, basically back to what we were talking about here. That broadening top pattern here, already playing out. We're in the bottom last point of support on the, our last point of supply, I want to call it, because this is now a distribution schematic. Last point of supply, if we lose this area around 402.38, 401.38 is going to happen on the 4-hour chart. And then from there, we're all the way down to the smooth moving average, 399, then 392. We'll fill that gap mostly at 395 at some point. Like I mentioned before, I already started building up my larger position, longer term position for the downside. This is I really feel like this is gonna play out. It's just a matter of time. Okay. So this time the audio is consistent, but the video is glitchy, huh? Yeah, man, I give these guys respect. Whoever been doing this for a little bit of time. I'm only a couple weeks in on this thing, and I'll tell you, like trying to put these videos together and trying to edit. I mean, that editing stuff is nuts because that I'm trying to get better at it, but that stuff takes time. I mean, yeah, I'm done for the day. I'm just gonna pretty much close out my AMC calls before the end of the day. I'm not gonna sit here and hold those things into tomorrow because I just don't know what to expect. If there's ever been a stock, I might hold maybe one runner or something like that of each, just in case. But I'm gonna hold the majority. You know, who knows? You know. I'm gonna shut down my camera. Maybe let me just double check, see if there's anything there. Maybe that'll help. Hopefully it's a little bit better now. Yeah, I'm taking myself off the camera. Maybe that's slowing me down trying to do that 4K nonsense. I don't know. It's it's cool for videos, but I have to figure out this streaming thing. This is the first time around, so we'll try to get better at it. But I cut off my actual video recording device on my camera. I'm just gonna leave the screen recorder, and this we'll just talk about it as we look through the different setups over here. But I'm gonna try to do this a little more often, man, because this is cool. It keeps everything sharp. Hopefully, a couple people can check this thing out too. See if we can get some plays out here. Snag a couple bottoms, couple tops. All right, but the SPY is actually setting up a new harmonic pattern. Uh-oh. The SPY is looking nuts. All right, there we go. I'm shocked to say this, but the SPY might possibly look to aim and hit 408 by the end of the day. Hold on a second. I'm finding this hard to believe. Let me go and look at a different time frame. I don't know about that. That'll be nuts if it hits 408 by the end of the day. A lot of bears gonna have their feelings hurt. But if I see a setup, I might just take it. Because I don't know. I was trying not to trade for the rest of the day. I just really wanted to kind of set up this AMC situation. But right now, they are really toying around with this damn move. But the SPY, looking at the volume, I don't know. It hit resistance at 406.21. But if it can hold that 50 moving average, it may not be a bad spot. I mean, it's failing it right now, but I do see there's some diminishing pressure on the sell side. Looking right here, we got the MACD starting to show some signs of weakness on the histogram. Teetering right here, but we'll see. But it was rejected. If it hits 408 today, that'll be nuts. But I don't know. That seems kind of far-fetched. Let's see what kind of support this thing finds. Let's see if it finds support at 405.06. Yeah, it's coming down right now. I don't know, looking like it might be a quick elbow drop, but we're gonna see what happens in a minute because I don't know. Let's see. Selling pressure starting to pick up. Let's see if it outweighs or whether or not it gets absorbed by buying pressure. 408.18. If 406, 405.06 can hold, it may not be over. If a hammer candle can be printed off of 405.06, the move may not be over. The move up may not be over. We'll see. If it sets up for a higher low, it might be something. But again, there's a lot of bull traps and bear traps seems to be playing out right now because that 404 level is so critical to hold. Let me see here. That punch is coming down, right? Let me see. How's the AMC doing? 596. Still playing games with AMC. What time is it? 3:14. All right, we gotta start making moves before the end of the day. I'm not trying to hold these calls into tomorrow. Let's see, 405.06. Type 1, type 2 reaction off of the bat pattern. If it loses here, if it loses 405.06, yeah, here it comes. 404.36 next target. That'll play out basically a head and shoulders pattern. right here, right here, here. Comes down 404, 436 would be the next target if it doesn't reverse here. It breaks this neckline right at 404.36. If it doesn't hold 404.63, yeah, we might be heading down to hit $4. 404. Let's see, and that selling pressure came in, and it just ate up all that buying pressure we had a few minutes ago. Selling pressure starting to set up. It is trying to hammer here right off of that level, but most likely the move is still downward. 921 cross already happened back on the 3-minute chart. Yeah, this looks like a picture perfect head and shoulders. Oh. AMC still wasting time. Yeah, which kind of song is this? All right. Let's take a look back at this now. Yeah, that head and shoulders is going to play out. If it loses this area right here, I might even get like one put just because. Let me double check on the how the rest of the indicators are looking right now. But 404.63, if it doesn't hold, it just broke. 404.61 just hit. That's basically your last hope. Let's take a look here. 404.63 trying to hold 404.63. There's the break at 406.61. Let's see if we can enter something real fast. Let's try 0 DTE. I'm gonna do one contract just because for maybe 403s just to see what happens, because I do think we do need to touch that bottom end one more time. If we break this neckline, it's most likely going to happen, which is the bottom of the broadening wedge. But 404.63 doesn't hold, forget about it. It's going down. All right, we're gonna go light. We're gonna do 404 puts. Right now they are 42 cents. See if I can get a 36-cent fill. Expecting maybe one pop upwards, which we're about to get now. 470. There it is. And I think I'm gonna get a fill here. Still hasn't happened yet. Looking for a rejection here. Rejection would be somewhere around 404.84. If we get rejected there, the next move is downward to 404.36. Yeah, but everything's crossed to the downside. 921, 1348, all below the 200 moving average. The move is down. Everything says that this thing is going to continue to press. So we play the chart. Simple as that. The chart says downside. Now the only thing here, Bollinger Bands are saying we're already at the bottom of the move. So we're in one of those no man land situations where things can turn around kind of quickly. The only thing that's really telling us that we have confirmation is the crosses. Let me take a look at some of the other indicators just to get a better idea. Momentum is still showing to the downside. KST already uncrossed. Trend oscillator is still showing that potentially does want to come up. So we are in a spot where it may be wise to take some profits if you're ready to take those puts. Because we don't know how things are going to go and switch around on us here. But I like to typically like to play the top end for puts, bottom end for calls. But the sentiment is what it's all about. And right now, the volume is still picking up. It's not really matching what we're seeing here. The volume to the selling side is still picking up, as opposed to the price. So this does look like a distribution. We'll see what the next candle holds in just a little bit. But we right now are on a last point of supply. Harmonically speaking, we do have a next level. 404.36 is still here, ready to go, ready to get touched. That breaks 404.01. They're looking to press the AMC down right now. I don't know. We're going to see about these calls. Might have to start trimming some. It would be nice to hit that $6 mark again, but right here, this spot, we're at a very, very key or crucial spot here, and doing whatever they can to hold it here. All right, I got I have one $8 call left. We'll see what happens. I'll leave that until tomorrow. There's really nothing on that. That's just a YOLO type of move. But I have my sixes. I would like to see us go ahead and touch $6 one more time before the end of the day. Let me double check on my $10 calls for next month. Yeah, I don't like this move on the SPY. I didn't get filled. Yeah, no way we're gonna hit 408. That's impossible. Not in 20 minutes. $405 still possible. We haven't hit XA, so I don't think that's really gonna be the move either. And 405, it's not too far off, about $1. 405.50, 405.62. Not impossible. We are starting to create some higher lows here on the 3-minute chart. If we can go ahead and clear this area and kind of hold on, break above that 21 AMA, I can see 405.62. Let me double check to see how momentum is looking. And it's starting to creep up. Momentum is starting to change toward the side of the bulls. So I want to wait for confirmation, but I already canceled out on my puts. I don't see this happening right now. I do see calls potentially being the move, but not yet. It's too soon. Too soon to call it. But it really has not decided which direction it wants to go yet. I do have the KST still flipped above the signal line. AMP RSI, HSI. Let's see. They're both showing right now that we are in a reversal spot. What to do? Let's see here. Yeah, here we go. We are in a reversal setup. Yeah, I think I might take some 406 calls. Last YOLO of the day. 0 DTE. I'm gonna call these call this a lottery. Lottery play, just like 2 of them. Just to see what happens. Just for fun. All right, so I'm gonna do 406 calls just for today. Let's see what happens. Only got 2 of them real quick, 2-second style. And that's it. This is just for play. I made a nice come up this morning off of those 407 calls, so I'm happy. So this is just profit money at this point that I'm playing with. So manage your risk. But I'm liking this little bit of a setup we have here. Almost seems like a small mini double bottom setup right over VPVR. We're looking to try to cross over the 21 moving average on the 3-minute time frame, which is what I'm playing in this case. If this doesn't pan out, this doesn't pan out. AMC trying to make this move back up. Looks like it's clearing these sell orders. Want to see it try to test all the highs of the day somewhere around 605 one more time. But you basically have the spring action here. You have a support setup, which is a spring test. Now eating up these orders above spring test and looking to go and retest the $6 mark one more time. So this is a crazy setup, man. Hammering back down in the 5-minute chart. Still got about 2 minutes left on this candle, so we'll see what happens. I'll leave that. There's no 29%. Take that. All right, so I got my $10 calls up right now, 30%. These are $10 calls for June 16th. I'm probably going to clip these. I'll look to re-enter at the after earnings. Probably tomorrow, maybe Monday, but I'm just going to see how the chart looks. I'll take my profits and move on. I'm not trying to get played. Not trying to get played again by AMC, man. I mean, I spent a long time getting played on some of these options calls. Thing is that, you're trying to catch this bag, man, because I wish I was playing the calls at that time during GameStop's run. Man, I'll tell you. Probably be retired right now if I would have caught that. That was a move and a half. But we keep playing, right? Opportunities is always a door swing away, and that's what happens. So I'm not trying to miss out on the next GameStop move. That's why I'm watching it. That's why I'm holding these longer dated calls. I got $32 calls for June 2nd on GameStop. Out for that double bottom bounce. That was a good look. Oh, I forgot to actually go ahead and mention these on Twitter. I just got into those 406 calls. 406 0DTE. All right, went and placed those. Let's see how they're doing. They should be up pretty nice already. All right, come the AMC calls. They're back at $6. AMC calls just went up to 78% profit. All right, gonna probably take a couple of those in a little bit after it hits the $6.05 mark. Excuse me. How these 0DTs looking? All right, looking good. AMC, what are you doing? Fill this in. All right, there you go. I went ahead and filled that order block real quick. And it's looking to push toward the second order block. My next level here is at $6.03. Hurry up and move, man. We want this thing over with already. But they're really trying to hold this thing down. I have several orders here sitting between $6 and $6.05. All right. They are really trying to hold back this gamma squeeze right now, I'll tell you. $10 calls right now up 41%. $6 calls right now up 75%. SPY calls right now up. SPY 0DTEs are up 60%. Yeah, these are going to go in the money. I have my next target on the SPY. If we break 405.62, 406.21 will be my next target, but I'm probably going to play up until we hit the 200 EMA about 603, 406.03. Actually, I'm going to take one of them here for 60%. And you can see we're already starting to flip. Volume should start kicking in here towards the end of the day. It's already 30 minutes left. I have my max momentum indicator flipped. RSI flipped. MACD flipped. Shaft trend cycle flipped. This is going to continue to move up. Top of the Bollinger Band sitting right now 405.95. All right, 406. Let's go. Excuse me. There we go. 406.79. 406.79 coming up. 406.69. 405.69. Coming up right now. Call is up now. 79%. Let's go. Come on now. Yeah, there's a lot of bull traps and bear traps out right now. There you go. 406.70, 405.80, 405.80 right now in the SPY. 405.83. And there we go. On the 3-minute week now, we got the 921 cross in the 3-minute. This is just a YOLO lottery ticket play right now, but we now have crossed over my level. Also crossed the midline of the Bollinger Bands. Looking to play the top side of the Bollinger Band in the 3-minute. And I'm going to get out of this particular call right at about 595. I don't think I want to play any longer than that. That's perfectly fine. I'll take the 90% right now. Not bad. It was only only two contracts. A little lottery scratcher. I'll take it and run. Man, they're really about to hold AMC back. They don't want it at $6 at all. right, SPY zeros going up. I just want AMC to hold $6, please. All right, we're already starting to flip on the shaft trend cycle. Looking to play this momentum ride upwards. This is AMC now we're talking. SPY I'm not worried about. SPY we're going to 406.21. We might hit 406.21. It may trade sideways from there, but all I'm looking at is 406.21. Potentially. Here we go. Here's a move. 406, 406.01, 406.05. Here's the move. 921 cross just took place now on the 5-minute chart. There's the push. Momentum's on our side. Here's the push. Here's the push. 406.12, 406.15, 406.19, 406.21, 406.30, and I am out. Up 141%. Out. 141%. LFG, let's go. And that's all I was looking for. It's actually more than that. It's $54. $54 in about a 2-minute, maybe 5 minutes worth of work. Right? Not that many opportunities to make that kind of money. And that was just a lottery scratcher. Right? I just call that a lottery scratcher. That we made a nice bag today, throughout the day. Roughly up on small port. About $420. It's not that tough. Right? Just catching the moves, watching indicators, and playing momentum. Then being patient and having a strategy to get in and out of your calls or puts. And that's basically it. All right. Picking decent strikes, understanding your exits and entries. Simple as that. I was looking for that 406.21. I didn't want anything more than that. I'm getting a little bit more. At 406.30. And that was it. I mean, can this thing go more? It can. Volume is starting to increase on the incline. But you are starting to get that hammer candle pushing back down. If it does print, now it's actually looking like a shooting star. High volume on a 5-minute time frame for it. Yep, that should be a sign of reversal potentially. If it closes that way, I'm looking for this thing to come back down, to come hit support. For support here sitting at about the 48 EMA. I'd probably look for it to come down. If it prints out this shooting star candle in the next few minutes, in the next 30 seconds, I'm looking for it to come down to 405.55. AMC is starting to make a little bit of a move. It's 406. 602, 603. It looks to break that 603 mark. If it does, 605 is the next target. I'm looking for it to break 605. That'll give us a new high today. We can start making our way towards 613. That's really what I want to get at, because that's where it really gets fun. Now I'm looking 340. They wait till the end of the day to really make this happen. And it did print that high volume here, high volume shooting star candle off of the 406.21 mark, shooting down. I expect it to come down and test the 48 EMA one more time, but it's hammering. Look at this. That candle is starting to hammer. I can't call it. So right now it's still a little bit of a toss up in the air. I think we just got a cross on the KST indicator, which means that this thing can still push. Now, this is the SPY we're talking about now. The SPY has a little bit more room to run up. So there is a potential for it to break the level that I mentioned earlier and actually go and touch the, let's see here, that's the 200 at moving average. So there's a possibility we can actually get 406.58. This momentum is on the side right now of the SPY. We still have increasing volume on the 5-minute chart, but we are looking like we're running into some resistance on it. And there it is. It's starting to move back up, picking up. We got a hammer candle that's printing. We got about 3 minutes and 42 seconds left on this 5-minute candle. And it is hammering. So you get this hammer. The second attempt should break above the 406.21, and you look at 406.40 for the next potential push. Then I'm looking for the 200 moving average. So there's potential here. However, we do have the top of the Bollinger Band, which is probably somewhere in between those two. You could potentially get into the 406.30-ish range before running into a little bit of a struggle if it does. But there's a lot of bears and bulls fighting it out right at this particular spot. We're getting a spinning top. Here comes the bearish pressure coming down to push it back down. Again, try to push it back towards 405.55. But it's in and out. We'll see what the next candle prints like. 407. Inverted hammer. Looks like it's printing and it's pushing down. Newer low. 204. 2 minutes left on this candle. Yeah, this thing is out of here. It's going to go back and test the, let's see, that 405.55 mark. The 4080 EMA. And there you go. Boom. Plunged right through it. Tested it. It's holding it. Let's see how long it holds it for. Still got about 2 minutes left on this candle. A lot of pressure coming in, a lot of selling, trying to go ahead and absorb all that buying pressure that came in a few minutes ago. Let's see if it gets above the moving average signal line. And it's broken it. So now it's above the moving average signal line. It's now pushing now towards the 21 moving average. Still got 2 minutes left on this candle. I don't think bulls are having a good time right now. Let's see. Oh, thank you, my brother. That was, yeah, we're just catching that little bit of a move, man. That's really all it is. It's just catching that momentum. It's really more the type of trading that I do. I do understand and do watch other different types of indicators and things like that, and also do Wyckoff analysis for the broader moves and those type of things. But potentially, for the most part, I'm more of a momentum trader, right? I trade the momentum moves more than I do the technical setups. I'm aware of them. I watch them. I keep a lookout for them. However, I'm looking for the jerk reactions in one direction or another. So I have the way my indicators are set up is more of a concoction of different types of tools that will give me the best understanding of what's happening in one direction or the other. And then it's volume from there. After that, really volume. You probably heard this more than once. That volume is really what precedes price. If volume is moving in one direction, the price is going to move in that direction. If it's a fake out to the other direction, a reversal is most likely going to happen. And that's what you can see here clearly from the volume profile on the VPVR. Those are the levels of supports, and then volume from the standard volume pretty much tells the story. I saw that was coming in hot on the reversal, so just took advantage of it real quick. Make a couple bucks. Why not? And I'll just go and YOLO and put into some more ape. Buy some more ape shares or something like that until hopefully that doesn't go to zero before the end of the week. Nah, just kidding. AMC still not making that push that I wanted to make. And here, SPY is failing completely. It's now at that $4.05 support, and it's breaking that. And that volume on the sell-off is just about matching and eating up that entire pop that I had a minute ago. Yeah, look for this thing to come down to about 404. Maybe looking for a triple bottom. I guess you can call this local location a double top. But it's coming down. It's coming down fast. There's no more momentum left on this move. That might have been it for the rest of the day. Yeah, that might have been it. Let's see what the SPY, AMC. AMC again pulled down right with it. I tell you, they timed this thing well. Now we have additional order blocks being put in place at around the 5.99 mark. They don't want this thing above $6, man. We now have a downtrend being formed. So I don't see us breaking that downtrend anytime soon. We get rid of the Bollinger Bands, clean this up. SPY is still dropping at 404.81. I don't think we'll break this downtrend by the end of the day. It's just not enough time. I mean, anything's possible. AMC can get us a candle out of nowhere like it's gotten in the past. But I mean, the way this thing has been moving with, just dead volume, I don't know. I don't know. I'm here with it playing the uptrend. Can this turn around and move up this way? Maybe. SPY 405 bounce. Let's see. We still have these flipped here, and we're still having momentum pick up to the upside. 3-minute chart. Let me double check my indicators. It might have another run. It might have another push. But I want this push to be the one that hurries up and breaks above 613. We don't have a lot of time left. We're actually in the last 13 minutes of the day. SPY is just on a tear now. Wants to reverse that huge hammer candle off of what I guess you can call, I don't want to call it that. I'm not going to say triple bottom. That's way off. But it was reversed. We're just trying to hammer us into the 200 EMA, 21 EMA. Big volume starting to come in green. I don't know if it's going to be enough to push through, though. 405.21 right now. Yeah, volume on AMC is looking real nice. I gotta say, it's the fact that it's dead is a great thing, and it's starting to pick up. We just got above the signal line on the volume. It's starting to step up pretty nicely up here. Toward the end of the day, I do still want to see some pressure moving above this thing toward that 613 mark. But they are really fighting it. Now they're trying to get us to break this support, this uptrend, the upward support here, and bring us back to the smooth moving average, which is I have it at 595. We don't want to get below this because that will hold us in a really negative spot, and we don't want to be in that area going into earnings. Holding above it is huge because that spot against the 6-hour time frame. Smooth moving average, which is a huge space to be above. We break above that. We break above 613. It puts us in a position to get above 635, which is the downtrend of the descending broadening wedge, which changes everything, which puts us into a bullish spot. The last time we broke a descending broadening wedge on a daily chart, that was all the way back in the the January squeeze of 2021. We have not done that since January 2021. Now, I'm not saying we're going to run to crazy all-time highs or anything like that, but we do need a nice push. I would love to see a nice push at least to the $8 mark. I can't say that's going to be the case. It may very well not be the case. I do still think that they will halt this thing, but the fact that it's going to be a situation where it plays into, we have earnings in the morning, a lot different setup than we've had in the past. We're playing earnings in the morning right now rather than playing it in the post market as we normally do. I don't know. Maybe Adam Aaron has some things up his sleeve that he wants to set on us, and he wants true price movement to play out. I'm hoping that's the case. We'll see. But we can't call it right now. We're just going to have to play the chart for what it is. Typically, as we mentioned before, the price likes to drop after earnings. It comes out. But just to throw and touch on my point from earlier, the last time we broke out of a descending broadening wedge was back in January of 2021. It broke out of that, and here we are. The June squeeze was nothing more than a retest of the midline of this larger bullish channel. And that's what we want. That I don't see that type of a move happening until October, where we could probably see all-time highs beyond that, which would be roughly around the $60 mark. That's my forecast, if you will. All right, but right now we have a lot to worry about. Just getting out of this zone and putting us back into somewhere in the double digits mark. I don't know if it's going to happen tomorrow, unless there's some really bullish news that comes out. Maybe they're cash flow positive. Maybe popcorn is what actually did it. That may have changed the whole situation. I hope so. But right now we still got to break $6. We break $6, we could have that conversation. I'll be really excited about that. But we got the last 9 minutes left here. I'm thinking about starting to close these calls out. I don't think they're gonna let us close at $6. Huge gamma wall there. They don't want us to flip gamma. I'm gonna say it again. They rather keep us down here, hoping and wishing. I'm pretty sure they want to close us under 595. That is the 6 hour smooth moving average. If we close below there, I gotta say that the Bears may have the advantage going into earnings to push it down, unless we get some really, really bullish news. Downside targets, if we don't break the 595 mark, I'm thinking that we can potentially start heading back towards 450, and very fast. We can wake up in the morning tomorrow. If there's negative news, we'll probably hit somewhere around $4 and change by the time we wake up. If it's not positive, and if it's anything other than something groundbreaking, they're gonna push the price down regardless. So I don't know. We gotta play it for what it's worth right now. Just watch the moves. All right, 598. The last 5 minutes is probably when they're gonna let this thing run a little bit. After hours, probably definitely gonna pick up a little bit more. Shaking some shares out of people's hands going into earnings. Cover their bases. Here's a push back on the SPY. Here's another push back up to 405.50. It held that support. Volume is starting to pick up. I think. Wow, SPY is unbelievable. If it can go and play through here, it's kind of hard to believe, but it probably might actually can finish just under 406. Let me double check the indicators. Nah, I don't think it has it in it. Actually, I'll take that back. It can get really close. It's not a lot of I don't know. If we can get across, nah, I don't think it's gonna happen. Max momentum is starting to flip back down. Only about 5 minutes left? 5 minutes left in the day. Yeah, it's a tough one. I just want AMC to go, boy. They are. Let's see the Bollinger Bands. Check the order blocks. All right, let's start pulling in some volume. All right, now sitting right on the midline of the Bollinger Bands. Looks like some volume is starting to try to pull itself in. Let's see if I got any other indicators to check a look at. Let's turn off order blocks, a little noisy. Get rid of the Bollinger Bands. Yeah, they're gonna. We look like we might be for one last reaccumulation. We're right here at the volume shelf. 3:55 right now. Oh boy, 3:55 p.m. 57% confidence. Let's see here. A lot of $4 puts hitting the tape right now for AMC. Wow. All right, let's see. $4 puts is on the table right now. It's looking like from a lot of big orders coming in. These are a little bit further out. These are more in June. But $4 puts hitting the tape on AMC right now. Hopefully these don't play out, and if they do play out, hopefully they're closed out in order to send the price higher. That'd be what I'm looking for. But we'll see. Yeah, they're looking to hold this thing underneath $6. They do not want it to cross $6. I think we might get like a nice volume pop going into close. But manage your risk. If you're in any calls, do yourself a favor. Be careful on that. Manage your risk. Because they would love to take your money. All right. I'm going to keep a few runners up. Right now I'm up 85% on my $6 calls. Here comes a little bit of volume starting to come in on AMC. I'm going to switch over to the 2-minute time frame to see if there's anything I can catch. This is right down to the wire right now. Holding it right at the volume profile. SPY's trying to hang on to the 405 mark. I'm just going to leave a couple runners just in case this thing decides to explode tomorrow. %. Oh, they're pushing that down. 2 minutes left. All right, 2 minutes left here. 358. Yeah, here we go with the push down. They want to close this thing underneath 595. That's the goal. 595 is the spot they want to close this thing underneath. And they might get it. Huge selling volume coming at the end of the day. 494. Pushing it, trying to go ahead and test that 200 EMA on the 2-minute chart. We are down to the wire right now. All right, just want to close above 595. That's all we're looking for. But they are really piling it on. I don't think we're going to get it. Can we hammer this thing back up? Can we hammer? Nah, it's over. Wow. Well, almost had it. Almost had it. Well, it all comes down to tomorrow. I'm going to see how this earnings situation comes out. But that's pretty much all she wrote. All right. Well, appreciate you guys joining me today. Want to see how this was going to work out. I expect a lot more to come out of AMC, but you know how this stock works. They're not going to just hand it over, not going to roll over and give it to us. They're going to make us work for every inch. So, it is what it is. It's all good. I'm going to try to do this a little bit more often, a couple more times in the future. Go over a couple different charts, a couple different plays, things I'm looking at. Make some money on these options. Make sure the outcome is income going forward. All right, appreciate you guys joining me today.